Welcome to the stream, everyone. So today we're going to be doing a run that's going to be very painful for me, and hopefully entertaining for you. Otherwise, I will have suffered for naught. So we're going to be doing a run where I'm not allowed to use any items. I'm not allowed to attack. That is the attack button. I'm allowed to use special attacks and magic. That's not the attack button. And I'm going to be permanently poisoned and flesh to stoned, for all of my minions and for Levant as well. So this is going to be very difficult. I think there wouldn't be many more things I could add on top of that without making the run impossible. There are some things I could probably add on, but that would just be added difficulty for the sake of it. So, without further ado, let's get started with the run, so I can actually go through what my plan is going to be for this. So, it's just starting in 3, 2, 1, go. So, because of the poison flesh to stone, by the way, Levant's going to look very sickly all the way through. We're basically not going to be able to hit anything with melee attacks anyway, most of the time. So magic's going to be our go-to. Do I capture Arbitron? I don't even know if Arbitron's useful to us. I think we will, just because we can. Levant looking a bit poorly, as usual, whenever we do these ones. Nobody worries about me when, no matter how sick I look, no one bats an eye. And yes, of course, we have Fuchsia because we are playing... Ooh, I didn't mean to press that button. Because we're playing with a script that's modifying the game for us. Just so everyone knows that it's not a regular run.
Rick Hess has run away, has he? He's run off, you know. It's all hearsay. It seems as if he was stolen by a naughty woman, and he ran off. His son is still so young. Too young to become a Cocoon master. Run away, will you?
So no items during battle or menu is going to be a pain, as it was when we actually did that run in isolation without the other effects. No attack is mostly just an issue for Levant. Flesh to Stone makes it largely ineffective anyway, to be fair. The poison and Flesh to Stone is actually going to be the real killer. Flesh to Stone was kind of tricky by itself. Poison was tricky by itself. But because we're not allowed to use items, that adds an irritating factor to that, in that we can't reset that Flesh to Stone timer by temporarily healing our minions of it. I don't know if... Well, I can't attack, so I have to just defend through this. I have literally no other options. I can't even look at the item menu. Normally you could look at that and it'd be blank and you couldn't do anything else, but in this situation I just literally cannot press any other button. Fights are going to take a while just because that poison damage is going to have to tick on us every turn. Take 10% of our health as damage every time we get an action. I think we still die to poison rather than Flesh to Stone here. Or sorry, die to being attacked by minion, I should say. I don't actually know what... I think if Flesh of Stone would kill you, then that kills you first before the poison does. I think I'm right in saying that. So we, of course, are going to die to Primal. When we have to do that, we will absolutely die to them. So my plan for this run is largely going to be to focus on magic minions. As we established all the way back in the magic minions magic attack only run, we established that the game is quite doable in that situation. I can't remember if I allowed myself to use seals because they are magic to kill Kikinak. I may have allowed myself to on that run. But we're going to use Patimals to take down Kikinak. And I think a Squasp. Either 1 or 2 Squasps to take down the Poacher. And then we have to do a very similar strategy. In fact, a very, very similar strategy to what we did to take down the game in our very last run, where we had to capture Shikatas from the Beetle Forest to defeat Turris, and Amasags and Hirasags from the Dragonfly Forest to do the rest of the game with. The problem that we're going to have is that Mardreg is what we use to take down Delphinel, and that's not going to be an option, because Mardreg is not going to hit Delphinel a sufficiently... That's not the right word I want to use. He's going to miss is what base, right? He's going to miss. He's not going to hit Delphinel 5 times out of 5 or 6 times. Assuming we get a defend. Like, it's not going to happen. So relying on Mardreg RNG to get the kill, without Mardreg dying to Flesh of Stone, not going to happen. And if Mardreg dies, we can't heal between Earth Boss fight and the Chosen One. We just have to go into that fight with whatever health our minions are on, and whatever amount of mana they have, because we can't use items. We may die to Kashidra, to be fair. We may just die to the Chosen One, at which point that would, you know, we can go back in with full health minions, and Levant probably a little bit bruised from the poison. Given that we also cannot use items to heal Levant to mitigate the poison effect. We just... Oh, it's gonna hurt. Oh, it's gonna hurt. I'm already... In my mind, I am seeing when we want to go capture Shikatas being absolute hell. In just how many times we're going to have to press that capture button, and how many times we're going to die to Shikatas. There's going to be like a solid hour or 2 of me just trying to capture those minions, I think. It's going to hurt. But we must suffer through. I think using the magic minions should mitigate any need to need any items. I don't even think they would need to be that high a level in order to defeat Turris. But we can only do 10 battles in a forest per go before Levant dies to poison, and we can't do anything about it. So we have 2 timers. So in a battle we can't act more than 5 times in a row, or we die to Flesh to Stone. And we can't act more than 10 times in total in a forest with Levant before Levant dies.
According to tradition, I hereby proclaim your coming of age. Your bride from this day forward, treacherous girl.
Doing this without a Levant death, while possible, is not worth doing. It's not worth attempting. Because to do it without Levant death, you'd have to... capturing those Shikatas, right? You just need amazing luck. And that's just the limiting factor, is how lucky are you. Alright, so we're going to defend through this fight, because we can't do anything else. And then we'll die to Flesh to Stone. Switching to Levant is also painful, because that uses up... When you first start the battle, switch from Levant to a minion. That's one Levant action. Then whenever you switch back to Levant, that's a second Levant action. Not that we have many reasons to switch to Levant other than to capture a minion, I suppose. Should die to Flesh to Stone very soon here. And by very soon I mean I imagine this turn. There we go. We don't look as green as before. Flesh to Stone has a much more impactful effect on how we appear than poison. But it's not a healthy look either way. Let's get our supplies. Yeah, we have no reason to go to the shop at any point. The village shop, that being. We will, of course, still pick up Little Bird and Sparrow's Ruff in the temple. Yes, I'm just debating whether or not it's worth capturing Arpatron. Arpatron's going to be not very useful when fighting Turturus, unless we want to rely on luck. It would save us one Shikata capture, if we have an Arpatron, and we can get that... Yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose we will, actually. We will keep Arpatron in case that we can save one Shikata capture, given how much grief that gave us last time to get Shikatas. But we still have to capture at least two, which is still going to take a long time. We can damage... Actually, to be fair, we can damage minions as well. That is worth saying. I can actually damage the minions, so it actually shouldn't take us anywhere near as long. For a second I thought I was doing this as if my minion damage was also permanent and I couldn't damage the Shikata before I captured it. I can't do much to it, to be fair, because my minions will die to pretty much anything that's even the same level as them. It's going to be very hard for me to defeat anything with. I need elemental advantage to do it, and I'm not going to have an earth minion at that point. And Shikatas actually like to use their magic. The fire ones don't. Swabs don't care. If you aren't a wind element minion or air element minion, they won't use their fire attack on you. But Shikatas will. Shikatas don't care what element you are at all. Except maybe earth. I don't know if they do it when you attack them with an earth minion. Yeah, let's get Arpatron. We'll just get one. I don't think there's going to be any justification for more than one Arpatron. Oh wait, I can't attack him. I forgot I can't attack him. I can't capture Arpatron because I can't attack him. Alright, never mind. Of course, why not? Can't. Let me get fully healed anyway. That's kind of nice. I was expecting to have 90 health. If you can't follow Chorus's instructions, he won't let you have the minion. Let's capture this Patimal. We can't stack it, of course. So our only course of action here is to capture it. And so begins the trial. Now, since we want to capture 3 minions from this forest, I would really appreciate it if this Patimal would be nice and just get in the Cocoon as quickly as possible. There we go, that's one. So I want 2 Patimals and a Squasp. I want the 2 Patimals because they're going to take down Kikinak, and the Squasp is going to take down Goat, or Gigoat rather. That's the plan for these waspy boys. I will need to level them up to take on Kikinak with, so I will, even if I quick clear the Beetle Forest here by wrong warping, I'm going to have to come back anyway to level them up. Are there any... The only Earth minion you can fight in the Beetle Forest is level 3 anyway. So the Squasp's going to have to wait for a little bit, I think. That's another escape. But we're going to go with 2 Patimals and a Squasp. And that'll be our crew for the first half of the game. It's just those guys. I'd love to do the whole game with just them, even with under all of these conditions, but... And it's probably possible, with like over-leveling. But we aren't going to get a fast clear on Delphinel with 2 Patimals and a Squasp. They aren't fast enough. We'd have to level them up so many levels to get the speed needed. At which point they would probably just defeat Delphinel in time anyway. Might have our first death here at this rate. I can only really attempt to capture this Patimal one more time. For the poison will kill me. Even if Flesh to Stone would not, poison absolutely will. But there's no reason to not keep trying. Oh, there we go, that's a success. And I guess we'll wrong warp out of here. It actually doesn't matter if we wrong warp or correct warp, because the outcome's going to have to be the same. We're coming back to the Beetle Forest anyway. That might be a bit early, but who cares? Oh, never mind. It was in the right spot anyway. Potentially, but I think there are harder variants of this run that could be done, but I don't think they'd be worth trying. They'd either be like very clearly impossible or far too reliant on RNG. Like a good example would be like adding permanent damage onto this run. If I added that onto here, absolute hell. Or if I had conditions on what minions I was allowed to use. That'd be another good example of what would make it even worse. No, like, you could add any of the previous conditions we've done before, and it becomes way harder. So, like, no elemental attacks, permanent damage, no advantages, anything like that. And this becomes ridiculously difficult. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. There's only so much before it's painful. Alright, so we want to capture a squasp. That's our next goal. We don't need the squasp to take on Kikinak, but we do need the squasp to take on Gigoat. So I figure we just capture that here. I believe this will now be a Patimal again, so I'm going to leave and come back again. Just got to jig with the elements a little bit to get them to where I want them to be. There we go, there's the squasp. We'll just try and capture it outright. I could use the Patimals to weaken it, but this seems fine to me as well. It would seem finer if the squasp actually went into the cocoon. Just going to keep track of how many attempts we've gone. If it gets close to Levant dying, we'll switch in a squasp and we'll just kill the... Sorry, we'll switch in a Patimal and kill the squasp instead. And then try again on the next one. That's 2. So this is attempt 3 now. There we go. Okay, cool. So I'm going to mess with the elements one more time. Because I want to make sure that in the next room is a Skeeb and not a Paddlechew. So that'll be one element switched, and that'll be the second one there. So now when we go up here, we should see Skeebs now. Yeah, there we go. How tough are Patimals? Okay, we got 4 actions before they are out of mana. I don't know how fast they're going to kill the Skeeb, but I'm hoping that it'll be one Patimal defeats one Skeeb. Okay, no. It's going to be all of the mana of one Patimal plus 1 attack from the other Patimal to defeat the Skeeb. Oh, this is going to be so painful. I'm not looking forward to the Kikinak fight already. While you can take Kikinak down with handily with a nice leveled Paddlechew, a Paddlechew is not an option really. The odds that it actually hits Kikinak is too low. They don't have the best accuracy you know, at the best of times. They certainly don't in this situation. I can't use the liquor to heal the Patimal. Would one level make 5 damage difference? I don't think it would. I can probably defend once on the other Patimal to get up to 10 mana and have it finish off the Skeeb. Yeah, it won't be quite enough to kill it in 2 hits. You can already see why this is going to be a painful run. Defeating 2 level 1s is kind of a tall order in this. To be fair, we're also level 1, which is not helpful. So that's probably all the EXP we're going to be able to get in this visit to the forest, because our Patimals don't have enough mana left. So I guess it's time to leave. And we'll equip that Squasp now. Ideally we want to get them to level 3, get them into the Dragonfly Forest, defeat a Mardreg, and then defeat a Horalka with each of them. And then that... oh, I meant to press square. And that'll be enough to take down Kikinak. Where are we going to get the EXP for the Squasp, though? It'll have to be... we'll do standard Asher tricks, I think. Or Shirley tricks, I should say. I think, to get that, that Squasp to level 10. So with that, it was about 16 damage, wasn't it, that they did to the Paddlechew or the Skeeb. So there's only so much I can do. Here, is there a Squasp spawn? It's Patimal. Okay, we're going to switch that to a Squasp. Hopefully we'll be able to 2-shot the Squasps that spawn. And we're just going to have to do a lot of respawning. It's the exact same thing we did with the Paddlechews last time. Or sorry, with the Squasps last time for our Paddlechews, but this time it's going to be on Patimal, for Patimals. I think this run is actually very similar to the last run anyway. I think with when you have a more restrained set of things you can do in Jade Cocoon, the answer is typically use magic minions. Unless magic minions are banned, in which case it falls on RNG. Like in the case of Flesh to Stone plus not being allowed to use magic, you are purely just hoping for good RNG, and that's all you can hope for. Oh, you're kidding me. It takes... Oh, come on. I can't hit it. I have to summon the other Patimal just to... Oh... Okay, I'm gonna get the Squasper level here, because why not? I may as well get the Squasper level. Okay, so I guess the Squasper's gonna have to do a bit of damage to them first. Stop giving me items I can't use. I might pick up that tablet. Just because I can. So I guess I hit this with a Squasp first, and then I use a Patimal. I might want to check the magic stats of these two Patimals, because it could be that one of them needs that and the other one doesn't. This tactic isn't perfectly renewable though, because these guys don't regenerate 10 mana per fight. They regenerate quite a bit less than that. So, before long we'll just run out of mana again. We need to get 2 kills of these on Epitimal to get it to level 3. Once we have 2 level 3s, that should be enough. They should be able to defeat a Mardreg in single combat, I should hope. Like, I really hope they can defeat a Mardreg in single combat at level 3. They might not be able to, of course, but I'd feel very sad if that was the case. Even more so if they then can't beat a Heralco at single combat at level 4, that would also be bad. How much mana does that have? 12. I guess all of my mana is getting burnt on this next one. All 3 minions have to help out just to defeat a single Patimal. Oh, sorry, a single Squasp. Oh, I forgot to switch back twice, didn't I? And then we'll be out of mana and it's time to leave again. So Squasp first, then the first Patimal, then the second one, just to get 1 level 3, which can hopefully help out the other level 1. Oh, sorry, the other level 2 to get its level 3. And then all shall be good, hopefully. Yeah, this one first. It's kind of a shame that, well, actually, so I was going to say, it's a shame that permanent sleep isn't an option, but what is an option is you start every fight asleep. Like, at the start of every fight, Levant is asleep, and all of your minions are asleep. That also sounds absolutely god-awful. Well, actually, I don't think it would work, because you'd start the fight, then the poison would damage you, which wakes you up. So you couldn't do that in conjunction with poison, but you probably could do it generally. Okay, what I'm hoping now is that level 3 does enough damage so that now the other Patimal will be able to defeat the Squasp, and then it'll be only 2 fights. Sorry, 2 attacks instead of 3 to take down a single Squasp. Did it hit 30 mana or did it stop at 29? 29. That's so annoying. That's going to make fighting Mardregs a little bit more difficult. We're nearly done with this forest, though. We shan't be coming back here. As soon as we've got these guys to level 3, we shouldn't need to. But it will be slow going. To be honest, the whole run's going to be slow going. You can't really ask for more than that. Given the challenge that we are doing. Okay, that's fine. We'll summon our level 3 first, block 1 turn, then use magic, then switch to the first one and use magic, and that'll be enough. And then we can leave. We will speak to Marbu again, of course. For Levant, we'll be at 50 health. And we're going to need more than... Well, the 5th encounter that we will probably do... Well, actually, what would it be? I'm just thinking about this. We got to level 3, so we're going to get to level 4 off the Mardreg, level 5 off the Heralco. Yeah, so like the 5th encounter we would do would be Kikinak, and then we die to Kikinak as soon as the fight started. Granted, I might be being optimistic there with regards to how many times we have to leave the Dragonfly Forest just to heal the minions, so that they can do one more fight. It is a bit of a shame that Patimals get physical damage buffs instead of magic damage buffs. I hope 2 level 5 Patimals is enough to take down Kikinak. I feel like it should be. It ought to be enough. There we go. Now we are definitely leaving to get healed. If I have leftover mana, but not enough mana in general to fight Kikinak, and I've got the other 2 to level 5, I will get the Squasp to level 4, just in case we need someone to kill Kikinak after the 2 Patimals are out of mana. And then we'll just skip straight through the Spider Forest. Shouldn't need to take any fights there. Since we are going to be doing the Asher strategy. Or Shilia strats. To get to that level 10. Should enter the barrier gate normally now. Actually, would we? Yeah, we would. Yeah, of course we would, because we left the normal way. Alright. Does a level 3 Patimal beat a level 3 Mardrag in single combat, when poisoned. Not so worried about the Flesh of Stone, they don't have enough mana to use. They don't have enough mana to act for 5 turns, they can only act for 4. Which is magic attack, defend, magic attack. And then they're out. No means of recuperation at that point. So we're looking for the fire magic attack to do more than 20 damage. If it does less than 20, it's going to take 2 Patimals to take down 1 Mardrag. We don't have the health advantage. Say that much. That's less than 20. So it will take 2 Patimals to take down 1 Mardrag. We also don't have the health, actually. Yeah, I need to switch Patimals already. I can't possibly continue to fight with this one. Hopefully, the Mardrag will still use its elemental attack, because that should do less to us. Yeah, we take less damage from that. Alright, that's 1 level 4. Now they do have 30 mana. I'm kind of sad that it didn't regenerate 1 more mana. But we will straight away take on this second Mardrag. And hopefully we can get the kill for the other Patimal this time. That increase in the magic stat should mean that this Patimal now hopefully does do more than 20 damage. So that we can get it down in 3, hopefully. Because we're going to get 2 of these and 1 of the other. That is 22. That's pretty close to 20, but that may be enough still. So we're forced to defend here to get enough mana back to use a second one. So our other Patimal just needs to do 17 damage with its fire attack, which I believe it did do at least that. It didn't quite do 20, but it was close to 20, so I think it should do at least 17. Or at least I really hope the dice rolls are in my favour and we don't get another one that survives at 1 health. Okay, cool. Nice, an item I can't use. So these guys, I'm just checking which element Haraukos are. Okay. So we do want Mardrag spawns. So when we come back in, they'll be afraid, so I'm just going to have to dance on the spot a little bit. Haraukos are weaker than Mardrags for their level. So maybe that time 3 fire attacks will take down 1 Harauka. And then we'll have our 2 level 5 fire types. And maybe have enough mana to get that level 2 all the way up to level 4. Maybe. I don't know. But I may as well try and get Squasp to level 4 just to be a bit safer. This hasn't felt too bad yet, though. I'm more preparing myself for the terrible second half of the game. Mentally. Because I know that's where things are going to really slow down. But we'll just continue to play very carefully. Alright, so this should be a Hiralko over here. In fact, we got 2 Hiralkos here, that's great. That's really good. So, let's see if 1 Patimon beats 1 Hiralko at level 4. These guys only have... they have the same health as us. They also have 32 mana. Exactly 20. So... no. So no is the answer. It'll go down to 5. Critical hit, that's not good for us either. Taking a lot of damage from this Hiralko. We will very clearly... we will get the level 5. And we very clearly can get the level 5s quite comfortably this way. Okay, so we should be able to just do this exact same thing again. On this one, to get them both to level 5. But this time we just use the new level 5 to weaken it first. I'm actually nervous that we're going to do too much damage now. Because we did exactly 20 last time. So we're going to do a bit more than that now. Yeah, so now we're going to get it to... I guess it'll go to exactly 20, and then we just have to hope for a nice roll on the dice, because we did do 19 damage that one time. Instead of 20. So if this says 21, I'm comfortable. There we go. It did 21. We should be absolutely fine then. That will mean that it is basically impossible to get the Squasp leveled up from this, though. The Squasp won't be able to do 19 damage to Hiralko even at max health. Because I think it would die too quickly. The death would be far too swift. Nice, an item I can't use. I guess we try to kill a Mardrek, I guess. With the Squasp. We obviously can't fight Kikinak right now, we just can't. I would have to run away with my minions several times to get enough mana to do it. Which, while not the end of the world, it's still not great. I'd rather not. I may as well just make sure everyone's fully healed and then try it. So how much damage do we do to a Mardrek now? A bit under half. The question becomes, does a level 2 Squasp do enough damage to finish off the Mardrek? I should probably allow... in fact, I will allow it to use one of those attacks on the... Actually, no, I shouldn't let it use that on the Squasp. I should let it use those on these Patimals. Then when it's out of mana, switch in the Squasp. Because the Squasp won't take reduced damage from that Mardreg. So I'll just use that. It'll use its second attack. There we go. And now it's out of mana. And now Squasp should be able to finish it off. I should hope my level 2 can do 10 damage to a thing. It just needs to do 5 or more. There you go, 7. Level 3 obviously not great for helping us fight Kikinak, but I think honestly any help at all is worth having. In fact, I might respawn that Mardreg just to do it again to get it to level 4. Because I do want a level 4 if I can have one. I don't know if it respawned or if it's just over here. Sorry if it didn't respawn, if it was over. Yeah, there you go. So now this one will get the 2 attacks, then we'll just switch in the Squasp. I'm more comfortable with it taking the powered up ability hits, while it is also level 3. There's just large health gains that you miss out on. Oh, sorry, not that you miss out on. There's large health differences between, like, level 1 to 3. So I didn't want to do it while it was, you know, like 20 health below the Mardreg. In terms of max health. Just because those hits would do a lot. And we already take poison damage, which isn't fun. Have to factor that into every turn we take. Survives on 1, that's so annoying. Oh. Uh-oh. Well, I think the Squasp's gonna die, if I'm honest. Oh yeah, it's definitely dead. It has to get to... Yeah, it doesn't regenerate to enough health. Enough mana, so it is dead. Do I capture it? I think I capture this just to get an extra capture level on Levant to help us later. I was hoping that that 1 level would have given that Squasp, you know, just a little bit more damage than that. Because it already hit Mardreg for 7. And then with 1 level it did exactly 1 more damage. And did 8 instead of 9. Not typically how that scales. But whatever, I'll take the capture level and I guess we'll get out of here now. We'll get everyone healed up, and then now we'll start attempting wrong warps to fight Kikinak, if I can manage to not mess them up. I hope that the other Mardrag respawned this time. Not the near one, but the far one. Just because it's easier to dodge the far one. Nah, it's this one. Okay. We can potentially pull it away anyway. Just need to get it to, like, come over here. Yeah, okay, now I need to run from it. To get some space. I'm going to wait. And then I'm just going to walk back, and it should be asleep now. Yeah, there we go. We should be able to walk past that. Let's make sure we keep walking so it doesn't wake up. Now, I don't know if the Haralko will have respawned. Of course, it'll be a Tralco right now. Oh, it spawned a Defrayed instead. Okay, I'm going to have to do the other dodging method for that. There we go. Was a Haralko there. Should be able to walk past this still. It's going to be a bit close. There we go. I may as well get magic resist, so we will pick up the key. It'll be relevant for the Shilia strats, taking less magic damage. So we should still get it. Can we even do Shilia strats in the way that you normally would? I guess we have to just defend with Levant. And hope that Shilia's AI still tells it to use the magic attack, because otherwise we die to poison. And we can only do it once. Oh, that's going to be annoying, actually. We can only do it once. Because we can't heal Levant. Levant has to die for Marbu to trigger to heal us. So you might have to do an intentional death, actually. We may have to intentionally die in the Moth Forest just to get Marbu to heal us so we can do Shilia Strat again. I'd rather have 2 level 10s than, you know, 1 level 10. Can you move just like a little further? You're a bit too close still. Actually, I might. Yeah, I can get past you. Alright, time to attempt this wrong walk. Oh, I didn't. No, that was right, wasn't it? Oh, it was. As soon as I pressed try, I was like, oh, I can feel it. I feel it. Oh, that's early, though. That is early. I don't trust it, but we're gonna do it anyway. Oh, that feels too close. That feels way too close. You know what? I like the fact that I'm always wrong. There is no point in trying to get the sleep spores. We can't use them anyway. We will mash the button just in case. Yeah, we didn't get it. But I wasn't gonna stop running to pick up an item I can't use. Alright, let's see how much damage a level 5 Patimal does to Kikinak. If I remember correctly, when I did the Patimal only run, we had 3 level 5 Patimals that we used for Kikinak, and I don't think we used all 3 of them. Of course, those Patimals weren't taking constant damage. We do need these Patimals to get all 3 of their attacks out before Kikinak kills them. It'd be nice if they don't die afterwards, but they almost certainly will. The odds that you can get all 3 attacks out on a Patimal without it dying, basically impossible. If Kikinak misses his next attack, this Patimal lives. On 1 health. But it's only if Kikinak misses. Kikinak did not miss. Yeah, there you go. Two Patimals cleanly enough to take down Kikinak. We already know these boys are strong enough to beat the whole game by themselves anyway. Though admittedly I did use glitches to make them stronger than they would otherwise be in that run. By giving them a physical attack. By just giving them... I think it was Horn Fire Attack that I gave them, right? Yeah, Horn Fire Attack, I transposed Paddle Chew abilities onto them. But they were unmerged. I hadn't done anything else to them. There we go. Level 6 Patimal. So now we're just gonna wrong walk through the Spider Forest. No need to worry about anything between then and now. And if we're in luck, we'll have beaten the first half of the game in an hour and a half. Granted that you normally beat the first half in, you know, about 30 minutes. Well, not 30 minutes. A bit over 30 minutes, but pretty close. Pretty close to 30 minutes. You enter the Moth Forest at minute 30. If you're on, like, very good pace in this version of the game. So, you know, we're only at half the speed. And, you know, not that far through the game yet. So that's about as good as you can expect us to be going, to be honest. It's a shame we get to hear this music for such little time, because it's honestly the best forest theme. But we only get the distorted version, for the most part. This forest takes, like, a minute, 2 minutes to clear the whole thing. There we go. Done. I don't know what the second signature was when we entered, but we entered at like 101 and we're leaving at 103. Hopefully not 104, but I honestly can't remember how long this cutscene is. It's long. I do know that. There we go. So yeah, we did leave at 103. Only just 103, nearly 104, if you count the cutscene. We will speak to Mabu here, of course. We do need those heals. Ran past him a little bit. Oh, the spider forest feels so good. When you get like a nice clean spider forest, it just feels very nice. Almost as good as a clean beetle forest. Because I mean, you can actually, aside from messing up the wrong warp, which is why they might not feel so clean, or needing multiple attempts at it, instead of just running up to it and getting it first try. In the beetle forest, like a clean one, you have to dodge Spatimal and Squasp as well. Spider forest is incredibly straightforward, as long as you can just hit that wrong warp first try. Get out of my way, Kelma. Sound of the mashing. You see, Mabu is the Jade Cocoon, you see. I don't know if I ever pointed that out, but she is the Jade Cocoon in the context of the story. Or is in the Jade Cocoon, I should say. Yeah, so it's about 6 minutes between going into Spider Forest and going into Moth Forest. Do I bother? I guess I'll pick up the liquor. There's no reason not to, even if I can't use it. Well, I guess that is the reason not to. I can sell it still. For money that I can spend on nothing. Also, nice, we got red armor again. Oh, okay, my controller's dead. 1 second, guys, it's gonna be a bit loud. There we go. Snakes were red, right? Yeah, snakes were red. Okay, so you want Squasp to get the kill here. So we're going to tank the shots with Levant, who, when he defends, hopefully the Shirley still likes to use their magic on us. They indeed do. If we can take just under 50 damage, we can get 2 level 10s. However, we didn't. We took more than that, so we can't. Okay, Okay, so now I just need to weaken this Shillia, so that the Squasp can get that killing blow on it and go to level 10. This will probably need to use all of the mana of my Patimals that I have at my disposal. I also need to work out if I need a 4th attack from this Patimal. I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't. Just because this Patimal does a bit more damage than the other one. And the reason why I have to decide is just because choosing to switch out and then switching back in does more damage than, you know, not doing that. Because it's either I defend with that one then use the ability and take poison 2 more times, or I switch out and switch back into it, do the same thing, and then it takes 3 ticks of poison damage instead. Which is obviously worse. $15, okay. Sorry, 17. So my level 3 Squasp has to do 17 damage in 2 hits to this Shillia, or it dies. If it does die, we'll get a Patimal to level 10. But this one being level 10 is the one that matters. Yeah, it doesn't do enough damage. I can defend with it, but I don't think it has enough health to really tank the shots necessary to do it. It might just be able to do it. It depends on how much damage the Shillia does to it here. Okay, I can block, but I have to take less. In fact, blocking should be fine. I should take less than 9 damage from a Shillia while blocking. There you go. Oh god, double turn. Oh, I'm gonna live on 1. Okay. I forgot about the double turn that was inevitably gonna happen. There we go, okay. Patimal lives on 1 health and gains 7 levels. Nice. I guess that Squasp is now going to be responsible for the damage we need to deal to the next Shillia. We're certainly going to try and fight another Shillia, because the only way for us to get healed is for Levant to die. So we may as well give it a go. So there'll be another Shillia back here. So we're going to tank the first hit with Levant. Still. And then we'll probably... yeah, because Levant can't tank another one. He took too much damage from that. We'll switch to Squasp, who will then tank the second one. The Squasp will take more damage than the other two would, due to elements like the elemental advantage they would have. But I think it's fine. They'll be alright. They do more damage to the Shillia, it's more important that they get more hits on it, because this Squasp is not going to do enough damage. If we can get all 3 hits out with this Squasp and then it dies, I'm alright with that. I don't want to die to poison though, because that will change turn to the Shillia. So I want to die from actually taking damage. Okay, cool. That should happen now. We learnt this when we last did poison, that if we die due to poison on our turn, then it is quite likely that the opponent gets an extra turn on us. Because it counts as us still taking that turn. So we have to kill the Shulia with whichever of these we switch in. Well, that's not quite true. We can switch into the other Patimal. We can't let the Patimal die. It has to live. I'm still nervous about that ever-present risk of double turn for the Shulia. We do take a fair bit of poison damage on these guys. They take 7 damage each. In fact, this one takes 9. That should be death to the Shulia. And 4 more levels for that Patimal. Okay, so that's 5 attacks each they have. We'll go fight this Shulia and be killed because we need to take an intentional death. We have to die. There we go. Mabu will heal us now, importantly. I wonder if anyone made the mistake of not equipping any minions. Like, unequipping their minions before they went into the Moth Forest. During that conversation with Mabu, the last one, where you can equip any well, obviously the last opportunity you have to equip any minions. And then, like, saving in Barrier Gate, only to discover they have screwed themselves. Right, just going to try and run past the Asher. There we go. Hopefully a level 10 Patimal and a level 10 Shulia. Sorry, level 10 Patimal and level 10 Squasp are sufficient to, just going to do this. Are sufficient to take down. Oh, look at that dodge. Look at that dodge. That's a clean dodge. I could have absolutely walked past both of those guys. I just didn't want to. I remember last time when I did that, I said, I know you can dodge this thing without walking past it. And I just wanted to prove that it was true. It's just much harder than just using sleep spores in an 80% run. But anyway, hopefully, yeah, those 2 level 10s will be enough to take down the poacher. I hope. Because if they aren't, we're going to die. And we'll have to come back. And I guess we just then do another Shulia thing with the last Patimal. Oh, we have a question for ourselves. I think we defend. Because I want to save the health and mana on the Squasp. I don't want the Squasp to take any damage. We aren't going to switch back into Levant because we can't do anything with Levant. He has absolutely no ability to contribute to this battle. he is very much so just a meat shield in every boss fight. So we take 16 damage of poison a turn. 5 magic attacks is enough to kill Gigout, but we need to... Yeah, I was expecting that to happen. We do not out-damage pace Gigout. So our Squasp will die before Gigout does. Even though 4 hits probably does kill Gigout, Gigout's going to kill our Squasp after the next attack. So this is death for Squasp. Oh, we died to poison damage as well, which isn't good. Level 5 Potimal vs Gigout. If there ever was a time. I suspect we do need to do one more Shilia trick. Because this Gigout's gonna die. Sorry, this Potimal's gonna die. Yeah, very quickly to Gigout. It does nothing. It does absolutely nothing. What did I do when I had 3 Potimals? I think I had like 3 level 11s. Because level 10 Potimals can take on a Shilia by themselves. They don't need the help. But yeah, I don't do the damage to kill Poacher in however many fire attacks we're gonna have left after taking down Gigout. Yeah, okay, we're gonna die. I guess for curiosity's sake, we're going to kill Gigout, and then we're going to let Levant die to Poacher. If we got lucky with Squasp and we got a block, that would probably have changed the outcome of the fight as well. Oh, we die to poison anyway. Okay. And now we must block. Another thing to worry about when you actually revert to Levant whenever your minion dies is it takes up a flesh to stone turn. So we're already dead to flesh to stone anyway. There you go. Okay. I've never actually died to the Poacher before. Oh, it just kicks you out. Okay. I wondered if the Poacher would say anything mean to us. Thank you, Mabu, for we are a failure. Okay, time to get some Potimal levels, I guess. Would getting Squasp to level 11 be worth it? It's only a bit more health, but that might be the difference between Squasp beating Gigout and Gigout beating Squasp. So I probably should try to get a level on Squasp, and we will have to take yet another intentional death. Almost certainly. I can probably take on this Shilia with just, with this level 10 Potimal though. Which, given that we're going to take an intentional death, not exactly an issue. I was hoping to have to avoid doing two intentional deaths, but I don't think we have too much of a choice here. Had we beaten Poacher, we would have actually made that into the temple in 1 hour 30, which would have been nice, but... well. Can't win them all. Yeah, these Patimals do very, very little to Gigoat. They'll be good against Poacher. Or at least equally good as Squasp to Poacher. So let's just get these guys both to level 10. And then we'll get Squasp to level 11. And then we'll die again and see how that goes for us. That's rude, getting a critical hit on us. Alright, there we go. We'll have Levant tank the next one. And then we'll die to the same Shulio that we died to before. Well, actually, maybe we won't, because I don't think it will have respawned. Well, it did respawn, but we're not going to die to this one. We're going to die to another one. I did like how they used the Shulio model in all its horror for the Disciples of Darkness in Cocoon 2, or at least their likeness for the is it stage 1 Kalma? The thing that evolves into a Disciple of Darkness. I don't actually know what they're. I think they're just called Kalma still. I don't think they gave them individual species names. I think they're all just called Kalma. Which is kind of sad. Alright, so Squasp will kill this one, then Levant is just going to be killed by another Shulio. And surely that will be enough to defeat Poacher. Surely then. So I'm kind of looking for like 30 extra health here. I got half of that. I got 14. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to be too helpful. That probably isn't enough to change the outcome of Shulio versus Patimal, if I'm honest. Let's go into one of these rooms. We never go in here. There you go, we got a weapon. Does it increase our speed? Is it a fast weapon? Seems like it should be. It is! Hooray, a faster weapon. Not that we can use it. Oh, we got blue armor now. Why did our armor go blue? I guess I had to like re-render Levant and then layer up the poison and whatnot on him. We're blue. Oh, ashes Ashes don't like using their ability straight away. Okay, cool, we're dead. I half feel like when Levant dies, he should make the same noise as the Disciples of Darkness, with like the clunking noise they make. I don't even know why they make that noise. Like, why is it so loud when they fall down? What are they made of to make that sound? I believe the Chosen One of Darkness makes the same sound that you do when he's defeated. In fact, I think that sound effect is used for every boss, but they always make like a clunking sound as well. At least the Disciples of Darkness do. And I never quite understood why. Or at least what that sound's meant to be. Because they're meant to be like skeletal. The Disciples of Darkness, they're not. I don't know. Let's see if we can do this consistently. Probably not, but we'll give it a go anyway. Oh, never mind, I can. So, is there a difference between using a level 10 Squasp and a level 11 Squasp? Or is it the same? And can 2 level 10 Batimals defeat 1 Poacher? Well, I say that. That's provided that the Squasp does defeat Gigoat. Which, it probably won't. It'll be a bit closer. Like, the other Batimals will have less work to do. So it might take fewer turns for them to kill Gigoat. But I'm still entirely expecting Squasp to die to Gigoat, unless we get a legendary Squasp block. I'd quite like a Squasp block. That would make me feel very good. But we only gained 14 health, which isn't all that significant when you account for the fact that we take 1 more poison damage. So we actually gained like 4 less than that when you think about how much damage we take from poison while fighting Gigoat. So we kind of effectively gained 10. And yeah, we're still gonna die well before we've killed Gigoat. We're gonna get 3 hits and then we'll die. Again, if Gigoat misses, we kill Gigoat, but Gigoat probably won't miss. We were 7 health short from surviving that. Levant is, of course, as usual, completely useless to this fight. And so now it's a chance at revenge for this Batimal. You just need to kill the Gigoat. That's all you need. You'll probably die to the inglorious combat to the Poacher, but I need you to kill this Gigoat so I can have a fresh Batimal take on Poacher. Oh god, it's gonna die! Oh, it died to poison. Oh, the double turn. What a letdown. You disappoint me. And now I have to have 4 attacks to kill Poacher. With this I'm gonna die again, aren't I? I don't think there's any way this Patimul can beat Poacher. 5 attacks, yes. 4, I don't think so. I think the Poacher will do too much damage. And I also have to like do a quarter of Poacher's health in damage in one go. Which that is not. That is less. Quite significantly less, in fact. We're gonna have to take more intentional deaths. Oh, we are. We really are. We need more levels. The poison's too dangerous. We just lose so much health to poison. No, we're only half killing the Poacher. And not even quite that. Before we are stuck on Levant. And we will defend and then immediately die. To flesh to stone once more. Well, I did say it was a nightmare run. And I think this is a good example of why that is. Okay, so what can we kill? What can we kill to get... So getting Squasp to survive against Gigoat almost immediately turns the outcome of the fight around. Because the problem is it took an entire Patimul, an entire Squasp, and then one attack from the second Patimul to just kill Gigoat. Whereas if Squasp survives one attack longer, then Gigoat dies. To just one Squasp, and we have 2 fresh Patimuls after that. And I think 2 fresh Patimuls does beat Poacher. Oh, it's an Asher. I was expecting a Shulia. I guess we'll try and run. Just because it's not really worth fighting those. In the next room, there should be Earth minions that might be level 11. These guys should be Earth. I don't know if they're level 10 or 11 though. If they're level 11, that's great. They're level 10, okay. So 2 of these should get Squasp to level 12, which is what we want. That's like the defining thing for turning the fights around. Is having this Squasp be level 12. Oh, do we not out damage pace even the Rattlechew? That really sucks if that's true. I really don't want the Rattlechew to kill us. That would feel very bad. I need one more action to kill it. This is like the same as Gigo. Okay, we get double turn. Okay, cool. I guess we'll have to use the other Patimuls to kill some Ashers in the some Shulias in the meantime. While this Squasp recovers, and then fight another Rattlechew with it. Ring of Venom, can't use it. We'll go this way again, because I want to switch the element of the Shulia. Of the Asher to be a Shulia. It's probably the hardest Moth Forest we've had to do. I've practically never, if ever, on a run died to the Poacher. And we've already died twice. Admittedly, I was hoping that the Squasp difference would be enough. Just the one level on the 5 levels we gained on Patimal, and then the 1 level on Squasp should have been enough. In my mind, but evidently it wasn't. Could you spawn, please? Chilia. I need you to spawn. There we go. So we'll get one of the Patimals to kill this. That'll help it defeat the Poacher in a one-on-one. And then we'll take our 3rd intentional death. Once we've leveled up both these Patimals to level 11, and then the Squasp to level 12. Which is a little excessive, but... like, I don't think we need these guys to be level 11. The only reason I'm doing this is to get enough recovery onto the Squasp, so that it has enough health and mana to actually defeat the Rattlechew again. And here, it's a bit of extra health on these guys. A bit of extra power. If it comes down to it, it'll be useful against Gigoat. If it really comes down to it. Because it was so close for the last hit of that 2nd Patimal to killing Gigoat. That 1 level should really be the difference. Provided their magic attack goes up. Which it might not, to be honest. I don't even know. I wasn't paying attention to that other Patimal to check if its magic attack actually did go up. I think it died to poison anyway, though. So with a level up, it wouldn't die to poison there and would get 1 more attack out. So I think it's the same either way. Yeah, they didn't even gain magic attack. They both got 31 still. Yeah, they gained speed and... was it defense? Magic defense on that one. That one didn't gain magic defense. You can also see that... I need to go up here to switch the elements. You can also see that... as I always point out whenever I see it, the... I think that's also an element switching zone. I'm not sure though. The difference in the regular attack stat and the magic attack stat manifesting there. The base health growth, sorry, the base attack and magic attack growth on a Patimal is the same. It is just purely that the attack stat grows faster than the magic one in this game. That caused that difference. Alright. I think that's just basic attack plus accuracy, that. I assume the Rattlechew does have a hidden 10% damage buff to physical. I'd say that's probably a pretty safe bet. So it would do a little bit more damage than a regular attack. Double turn, please. Thank you. So I guess we're going to go to 190 or 200 health here. I would want to say it would go to 200. That'd be the logical thing to me, but... yeah, there you go, 200. And we only gain 1 magic attack, but that's good enough. 200 health is certainly a big enough difference that our Squasp should now defeat. Well, I can try running from these fights, but I'm only going to have 30 health on... I probably shouldn't. I should probably just let myself die. 30 health to take on Poacher is not that great. But if the gods want us to, they will let us escape from both of these fights completely unscathed. And at that point, who am I to question their judgment? If they want me to risk fighting Poacher at 30 health, I will risk fighting Poacher at 30 health. And if they don't want me to, they'll make me fail and escape. There we go. They didn't want me to. They knew it was too risky. I don't make me do it at 4. Well, I can't do it at 4. I die as soon as the fight begins. I'm just going to block. You have to give me at least enough space that I can switch into Levant. Silly game. Alright, there we go. That's our last intentional death. I promise. I promise this... well, I can't promise, actually. If Gigoat crits, then... if Gigoat crits, then we might die again anyway. And unlike the other boss minions, Gigoat can critical hit. As can Kikinak. Well, actually, I was going to say, Kikinak's not a minion, so it wouldn't count. All poachers can crit. All the poachers' minions can crit. Kikinak can crit. The Chosen One actually is the Chosen One of Darkness has a very high crit rate. All of the bosses, the Disciples of Darkness themselves can crit, but the Disciples of Darkness minions cannot. I was dodgeable, and I just didn't dodge in a way that was sensible, so I'm just going to chill here now. I'm just going to wait for this Shillia to pass me by. If you'd like to move a little bit more, please. I don't really care what direction, as long as it's not directly towards me. Yeah, but Tourist, Cetarian, and Delphinel cannot crit. Which is very merciful of the developers when you think about it. Oh, and Kashidra can't crit as well. And we will walk this time. I don't even know if this guy's respawned, but we're going to assume he has. I kind of wish they checked to see if, like, where Levant was in his animation cycle to wake up the dog or the Dreg minions. So that it was when Levant's foot made contact with the ground that it would wake them up, instead of as soon as you choose to start holding down the run button. Alright, everyone healthy again, just check. 200, 174, 174. 5 attacks each on all of them. And this time, Squasp should defeat Gigoat without dying. I wonder who gave the poachers the same minion. Or same family of minions. Like, why do all the poachers are all different people, right? I know they all share a model, but they're all different people. Why do they all have the same minion? Or you know, different elements of the same minion? Who is distributing these? I must know. So discounting the first 20 of our health, we took, what was it? 50? Maybe we do die to Gigo anyway with the Squasp. We kept living on like 10 though. Yeah, we live. Okay, yeah, there you go, we live. We get to kill the Gigo. So yeah, the one level was the difference. The damage was consistent. Gigo dies to a Squasp. And then Squasp dies to a Poacher hit. It's very rude when you think about it. And now we're going to see if it was at all necessary to level up both Patimals, even though we did that just to generate enough health and mana regen for the Squasp to gain the level. To be fair, I think 5 times that damage still doesn't kill Poacher. We just need to do more than half with a single Patimal and then it's all good. Granted, we only get 4 actions on a Patimal before it dies. Anyway, to Flesh to Stone. So we aren't going to get 5 hits from this one, we're going to get... It's going to die to Flesh to Stone now. Oh, okay, no we do get... Okay, no we do get 5 action. Oh no, it's the after the 5th action you die, right. That makes more sense. Poacher killed us with a hit, which is good, because that means that there's no risk of double turn. Just because Levant is looking a bit pale there. There we go. Finally. I think that would have been done a lot sooner, if it weren't for the poison effect. Squasp would have beaten the Gigo at a lower level, and such and such. Because those Patimals were losing half of their health. Like, 5 actions, right? Is 50% of their health gone just to poison. Which really adds up. To lose half of your health. Like, the fact that we got one Patimal that got 5 actions out on Poacher meant that Poacher did less than 50% of its health in the time that it got 5 attacks out. That is a lot of damage from poison and not a lot from Poacher himself. And of course the Squasp lost, what was it? 40%? 40% in those previous attempts to poison? Oh, come on. It didn't use the pupa key, and now we're going to get into a fight with these dogs. Oh, never mind. The incredibly close dodge. Okay, we're finally through the first half of the game. And half the bosses that we need to fight. Sort of. Almost half the bosses. I don't really count Earth boss ghosts as bosses either, really. Oh, thank God. Okay. I'm gonna get some water during this cutscene. It's nice and convenient that there is a cutscene right in the middle of the run. That's long enough for me to get water. Very convenient. And now it's the actual painful part of the run, watching the slow walk. This bit hurts me the most. I don't know why, but one of my save states is actually saved at the start of this cutscene, and I don't know why. I must have just slipped on the button. No, I don't know how I slip on my keyboard when I use a controller. There must have been some good reason for it. Oh, actually, tell you what, it's probably from when we visited Glitchland. To, like, save the state that we had actually gotten past it. I still feel like she should, like, glow Jade in these. Like, she always glows white. Aside from that one scene where she actually glows Jade green, she glows white in every other cutscene. That doesn't seem right to me. I kind of wish that the chieftain's staff was a weapon that you could acquire and use. I don't know what effect it would have, but it'd be nice if you could get it. I feel kind of bad. They went through all the effort to model all these different weapons, and then most of them are just completely irrelevant to the game, because Levant pressing the attack button is almost entirely irrelevant to the game. Aside from when you don't want your minions to gain EXP. In which case it's very relevant. Because you can't beat bosses otherwise. Oh, I asked about the wrong thing again. I never ask about the right thing. I would like to ask about all these supplies I don't want, because I can't use them. Just take them all, take them all. I don't want them. Wait, why did I scroll down so far? I want that. Right. I was kind of hoping that since we fought all those shillers, we may have gotten Divine Garb, which would increase our speed a little bit. But now it's time for the real suffering, and this is going to hurt you guys as much as it hurts me. Or it's going to hurt you more. I don't know. It'll probably hurt me more because I have to go through it. But this is the really painful part. Hopefully we'll be able to minimize the pain. But for anyone who's watched all of the VOD for the last run, you know exactly what I'm on about. That's the wrong element, so we're just gonna leave. Also, I should speak to the Nagi Maiden. That would be wise. Everyone's dead. I forgot. I'm not used to having anything die to the poacher, much less almost everything. Hiccuped for a second there. I recently heard that hiccuping was apparently a reflex from, like, unborn children getting used to trying to breathe air instead of fluid. I think there was like a TikTok about it going around or something. Can't say I've seen the TikTok in question, but I think that's where the people who told me that got their source. Alright, hopefully that switched the elements. The only reason I needed to leave anyway because I needed my minions to be alive. But I also didn't want to have to deal with respawning the enemies. I'd rather there be two of them right next to each other that we can just go up to. And have a nice little chat with about getting in the cocoon. So this is the final mission for the Squasp. Basically. Or like the second last mission of the Squasp. Is weakening this Shrikata, or these Shrikatas, so that we can capture them. Because we need Shrikatas to beat Turret. I'm kind of impressed that I've managed to, like, not once misclick pressing defend. When I've been pressing, like, you know, use magic attack. Squaw's gonna die. We might get a Shrikata for our trouble, which will be worth it, to be honest. Oh, if Squasp lives, that's actually gonna be big. If Squasp lives. Alright, we're gonna sacrifice this Batimal. We care significantly less about these guys right now. We just want to get this Shrikata as close to 1 health as possible. If he uses... yeah, that's probably gonna, like, one-shot my Batimal. But it is a sacrifice I am willing to make. We're going to Farquad this Batimal. I'm sorry, but it must be done. I know you've died a lot, but you have to go. That was a double turn, so now Shrikata will get a turn, because we died to poison. That's the thing that worries me about dying to poison. If that happens against a boss, and then we just die, because it's a boss. So now we get 4 turns to try and capture this 5 HP Shrikata. You're on 5 HP, just get in the cocoon. Good, get in the cocoon. Thank God. We go to capture level 11. Fantastic. I guess we can try to capture this one. Our minions don't really have, you know, health. But we can try. We just like get a slither of damage to the Shrikata. And then we'll see if that helps us capture it. Spoiler, it will not. So now we just press the capture button now that we've done a tiny bit of damage to it. We've done an irrelevantly small amount of damage to the Shrikata. Okay, for a second I was like, if we actually capture this guy, I'll be amazed. If that was the difference, given how it took... I think I counted 34 attempts last time to capture a Shrikata at full health, while also being level 11. Like, capture level 11, it still took that many tries to get it. Oh my god, we're actually getting it. We're actually getting it. If we get all 3 Shrikatas in one visit, I will be overjoyed. I genuinely will be. I will be elated that we managed to get all 3 Shrikatas in a single visit. Do I think we're going to get that? Not a chance in hell do I think we're going to get that. But if we do, I'll be very pleased. It will save me so much time. In comparison to the previous run, the fact that the last one absolutely destroyed my mind with how long it took. Oh, you're the wrong element. Run away from him. Okay, put me out of my misery now. Wait, actually, I get a second try. I guess our speed is pretty high, that kind of makes sense. You think I would have learned that we get 2 turns on the first, before the Shikata acts, based on the last time, but no, I didn't remember. Okay, now we're dead, surely. Levant has to block where it does, has to not cast magic as well. Yeah, we're dead. Okay, cool. I will equip the first 2 Shikatas. And we will capture our third. Honestly, the fact that this has still gone better than the hour-long experience of capturing 1 Shikata that it was last time. It was our second last time, not the first, but still. This should be basically a guaranteed third one, because we can actually weaken it with our Squasp again. And that should be a nice, comfortable capture. And then we just need to get all our Shikatas to the appropriate level. I forgot that we had Mardrag. I guess that could be relevant? I'm not sure how it would be relevant, but it could be. It does occur to me now that I probably should have captured an Asher. I probably should have gotten one of those to help me against Delphinel, but I think we're going to, I think we're just going to kill Delphinel, the cheap way. And by that I mean we're just not going to fight him. We'll get a Hikisag or an Amasag to 49 speed. Hopefully. Even if I need to level them up to level 29, we will, sorry, to level 21. To get that last speed, we will do so. Because our only option for minions that use wind magic, or air magic I should say, other than Asher is the dragons in the Dark Spider Forest. And they're not speedy. They have very low speed. They have good magic. They definitely have good magic, but they're not speedy. It does occur to me though that if we do early kill the Earth Boss, as is our intention, we will have 1 fewer attack on the Amasag or Hirosag, whichever one has the speed. For Kashidra, and we will still need a 3rd minion. I'm not entirely sure what that 3rd minion will be. If I were a smart person, I would have picked up an Asher just to have an Asher be that 3rd minion. Yeah, what would work? What would be good? It needs to be a magic minion. That much is true anyway. The question is what magic minion? Squasp isn't a it's not a bad choice. It's just not a great choice either. Because the damage output isn't great, as you can see in this 1v1 between a water minion of the same level, or sorry, of a lower level, almost defeating our Squasp. It doesn't do its damage fast enough. A Suave might actually be a good choice. It might be wise to just have a Suave in the event that we need it, because we can't pick them up later. Are there any magic minions in the Dragonfly Forest? What's even... oh, sorry, other than the Amasag and the Hikisag, I should say. I should specify other than those ones. I don't think there are. No, I don't think so. I'm gonna summon spawn a Suave here, so I can level up on it. Oh, sorry, so I can capture it. It might be over here. Yeah, there you go. So capture this boy. Honestly, a Suave may be our best bet. Asher would have been better. Or Shilia, rather, would have been better. But since we're already here, I think Suave is the best we can get. We should just be able to capture that now. Yeah, let me think about it real quick. Other than the Wind Dragon in the Earth Forest, which is of similar speed to Suave, but I think Suave has better physical defense. But I think Shidra's AI is equally likely to use physical attacks and magic attacks. Suave's escaping. Levant may be in trouble now. Okay, chose to not use magic. Oh, I'm just having trouble capturing it now. Okay. It's not great. Levant's gonna probably die here. Yeah, one more try. Not the end of the world if Levant does die. We do still want to leave the forest anyway to capture the, sorry, to equip the other Stricata. Yeah, okay, so we are dying. Probably would have been wiser to use the higher level Stricata. I just wasn't sure. We're dying to Flesh Stone, by the way, I think. Oh, never mind. One more try. If we use the higher level Stricata, I think that would put it on 7 health instead of 48. I just wasn't sure which level of Stricata was necessary. Was that going to be a triple turn? We died... Wait. Do we die to Flesh of Stone on the Shrikata's turn? Or was that a third turn that we were about to have? You can get triple turns in Jade Cocoon. You have to be really, really speedy in comparison to your opponent to get them. So I can't imagine that was one. And you get them, and you can get them more easily in double fights. Because say you're fighting 2 tortoises, and you're going to get a double turn on the first tortoise. The second enemy already has like a delayed turn. So you get 2 turns because of the first tortoise, and then you kill that tortoise on the second turn. And then you might, in fact you're quite likely to get a third turn before the second enemy takes their first action. So it's actually quite likely. Anyway. I think we'd be wise to pick up a Suave and a dragon in the Dark Spider Forest. Though it does give me pause with regards to who we fight the Earth boss ghosts with. Because that question becomes a little bit annoying. Because normally we have the 3 minions we want when we enter the Dark Spider Forest. We kill the Earth boss ghosts with each one respectively. I usually spawned already. You can't dodge them. The one that spawns there. It's just not dodgeable. So we'll just have to try and run. And I'll try and respawn it. And then I'll use the level 12 to make it weaker. Instead of a level 11. And that will hopefully put it at about 7 health. 7, 8, 6. I'm not sure which way the dice rolls. For if 7 is the average or if 7's a high or low roll. But it'll put it around there. It'll go to red health is the important thing. It won't die, but it will go to red health. Or pink health, I guess. Saws were my favourite minion when I was a kid. I just loved the concept of a 3-headed dragon. I think I just liked Hydras. And Dragon Hydra was one of the cooler things it could be. Okay, that did less damage than I expected. I expected more. Okay, in which case we'll get some levels on these guys first. Use level 13 one, I guess. Have one kill a Pat Dreg. Have that one poke the Suave. Am I thinking... Oh, I'll tell you what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of level 12 Arpatron using physical water attack. Or even level 11 Arpatron, I think, actually puts on like 7. It does way more damage. Yeah, even though these guys are physically defensive, that's what I'm thinking of, because you use water attack and then I think do you use a second water attack and then a regular attack? I'm not sure. I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'm not sure if this is the element way round for it to be a Pat Dreg and not a Hackaroo. Yeah, it's a Pat Dreg, okay. So we'll kill 2 Pat Dregs. That'll give us 2 level 13 Shrikatas. I don't think I'll bother with getting a level 14 Shrikata. I'm going to quietly and hesitantly say to myself that 13 is enough. That 3 13s is enough. Because in any normal playthrough, that is true. In a normal playthrough, that is true. I may be wrong on account of the fact that we're poisoned permanently. But I know that we don't get a third attack on our Shrikatas anyway. Like, even if we get them to level 13, we don't get an extra magic attack. We still only have 6. And them defending will still restore enough mana for them to get a third. Like, that is still true. But they would have 21 more health if I got them to level 14. And a bit more magic. Damage. And it's not like it would take that much effort to get them to level 14, I would just rather not over-level them when we don't intend on using them beyond this point. Like, we are purely capturing these to take down to turrets, and then we are getting rid of them. And we are substituting in the classic ensemble of... Oh, come on. 2 health? How many? It was 2 turns, so this is turn 3. I need the Shrikata to live to get 1 more attack. It won't live to get 1 more attack on, okay. I guess this one's getting to level 12 first, because that Shrikata had some bad dice rolls. Kind of annoying, because this Shrikata could just fight a Suave to get to level 12. So this is just a waste of EXP. I guess we'll leave this way, come back. Actually, I'll check to see if there are Pat Dregs over here. There might be a Suave over here as well, which will be fine. Yeah, we'll use the level 13 on this Suave. I just need it to go into pink health for me to be able to capture it with the Levant easily. We can use the special attack that the Shrikata has. There you go, 23, that should be fine. As a physical attack. Not that we've used any physical attacks this entire game so far. We just haven't used one. We've been using exclusively magic. So I guess you could have added the magic-only constraint onto this, and it wouldn't have changed a dang thing. Because we're also not intending on ever using a physical attack. I can just pretend that that was part of the challenge and not just the solution to the challenge. There we go, so that may be our 3rd minion. Okay, Patrick didn't spawn. We'll just go back. Oh, it didn't respawn, okay. Oh, I could use the Squimals, that would also work. They're level 12. But I don't know if they're... Oh, sorry, the Pat Manti? I don't know if they are Pat Mantis right now, though. Yeah, they aren't. Oh, there we go. I think they're an easier kill, to be fair. So I'll use the level 13 first, then I'll switch to the top level 12, because I want that top one to gain level from that. The bottom one can just fight a Suave to get the last level necessary. Something I also would quite like to try at some point, potentially. Though I think I'd probably do that more in private for personal enjoyment, would be to try this game blindfolded. I say personal enjoyment because I am not interested. I don't like own a webcam and I'm not interested in using one anyway. So that would be just for me, I think. That said, wrong warps would be a hell of a thing to do blind. That would be so hard to do them blind. I would have to be like the world's best wrong warper, if such a thing exists, in order to do that. It'd be much easier comparatively to beat the game without wrong warping than to do so blindfolded while doing it. I can think of a few things that would be quite hard. So, like, you could tell when you went through a transition screen, because if you held forward, you would stop hearing Levant's footsteps when he went through a transition, right? So you could tell when you were transitioning. So to do the wrong warps, you'd have to, oh, why am I looking at this? I don't need to look at this. So to do the wrong warps, essentially what you'd have to do is, while blindfolded, know that you're at the right transition. And you go backwards and forwards to tell if you are or not. Then you'd have to basically listen, like, know exactly, or like audibly, when you need to try the wrong warp, right? You'd know if you'd miss easily. You'd obviously know if you'd miss. You wouldn't really be able to dodge any enemies. Like, you could if you studied doing it blindfolded, like, really, really hard. But fluid movement isn't very easy when you can't see. And I don't believe there's an easy, consistent setup for doing it either. Oh, I was going to see if I could dodge him. The answer is no, I cannot. I just didn't want to lose that health. You'd have to, like, you'd need to study this game so much to do it blindfolded. As you do with any game. To do any game blindfolded, you have to study it incredibly hard. And I don't think this would necessarily be harder than some other games that have been completed blindfolded. It's just a question of do you personally, or I personally, I suppose. Well, no, I think you applies because I'm thinking about the concept in general. Have the energy or time. And I put them in that order because the energy is probably the more strenuous thing there, the more difficult thing to abide. To study the game enough. Oh god, I didn't mean to make him run. Study the game enough to know the audio cues that well. To know exactly how many steps you need to take. To, like, dodge enemies, do wrong warps. Doing the wrong warps is actually probably the easier part, I suppose, actually, when I think about it. That's probably easier than dodging enemies. In practice. Because at least the transition thing is a consistent setup. When you enter the room, you're always put in the same spot. You probably want to do it on digital input. I don't think you'd want to do that on analog. Ooh, that actually could probably right. I just want to check. Yeah, it's not. Okay. No, I don't want. That is right probably now, but I don't want to do it when I can't see Levant running. I find it easier to tell when Levant's running. See, that should be right? Yeah, that is. Okay. So I'm just reinforcing it to myself before I commit. This is one of the easier wrong warps to hit, to be fair. Come on. Come on, Levant. Let me press circle in the right spot. There you go. Watch this be wrong now. Watch it be wrong. Okay, it's not. Okay, cool, so if these 3 Shrikatas can do it, then there are very few cases I can even fathom where you need Shrikatas to be higher level than 13. Yeah, those wrong warps would be consistent to set up blindfolded, but I said you'd want digital inputs because you can... The wrong warp area, like the latency... Not the latency, the time you have to react is wider. So you can be slightly less precise about when you start the wrong warp. I'm going to defend to not use up a flesh to stone turn on our Shrikatas. Oh, we took damage. I'll actually defend and let Tuturus hit us. I didn't want to double turn there. That's a lot of actions on Levant that we've gotten there. That's 3 actions on Levant already. I don't know if we can even let some of the Shrikatas die. I think one Shrikata has to live. So the way we want to do this is 2 Shrikata actions, then a defend, sorry, 2 Shrikata magic attacks, then a defend, and then another one, if possible. But it comes down to what Tuturus does, to whether or not we can do that. Oh, double turn on our Shrikata. That's 1 dead Shrikata. Oh, and it dies during poison as well. Ugh, bad timing. Okay, Levant is going to die very soon. Maybe we do need that level 14. We can kill Taturus, but we can't kill the fire boss behind him. Is what I'm suspecting the outcome's going to be here. Mana drain's not good for us. So that means we don't get the mana we need to do that third attack. We can't possibly regenerate enough mana by blocking. Oh, we definitely can't after he does it twice. Okay, I guess we do need a level 14 Shikata. The poison did too much damage. As usual, I failed to account for the loss of health due to poison. This Shikata's not going to live long enough to do anything useful. Even if it kills Taturus, which I think it won't quite have enough mana to do. Yeah, it needs... Yeah, so if the level 14 Taturus definitely is dead now. Like, that's a conclusion that's already happened. Taturus definitely dies. There's the double turn. So this Shrikata's going to die as well. To poison, and then Levant's going to die. Okay. Lesson learned. Yeah, so now we could summon this last Shrikata with its zero mana. But the difficulty is that even if we, even if we level up these Shrikatas one more time, they won't have enough mana to get a third attack out. We can mitigate that by merging a Shrikata onto them. Like capturing 3 more Shrikatas and merging those onto our existing ones. That will do it. They would lose some health in the exchange, but they would have the mana for a third attack there. That being said, the ones that had double turns taken against them didn't exactly have the option anyway of using that third attack. They'd get 2 in and then they'd die to Taturus anyway. So I'm not sure what the... It might mean that we need to get them to level 14 so that they can get that third attack in if Taturus doesn't drain their mana. Sorry, yeah, with the defend, and they don't die in 2 turns anyway. And then merge a Shrikata onto them so they have enough mana so they don't need to defend. We might need to do both of those things. Which is a little annoying, but that's probably correct. It will take us a bit of time to set that up, though. If we were allowed to use items, I would probably use a Tendai there. Like, I'd Tendai one of the Suaves, and that would probably do it. Sorry, one of the Shrikatas. And that would probably be enough. So I guess we use our level 13 Shrikata to capture this one. To weaken this one to capture it. I don't know how much damage we'll do to it. Hopefully it's a little less than half so that we can get it right down to 13. That is 50. Ooh. Oh yeah, the poison actually means that our Shikata dies in the trade. I mean, okay, I guess, I'm fine with that. So the Shikata we're using is gonna die. Then we capture this Shikata. So I guess we just do this to get our mana up. All three of our Shikatas die, we capture 3 Shikatas, we leave, merge them in, come back, get them to level 14, leave, come back, fight Tuturas. I was hoping that we didn't need to do this. Oh, that's rude. On account of, frankly, just how much time this takes. I hope it doesn't rebound a bit again. Okay, cool. That's one extra Shikata that we need. So we're going to lose... Yeah, so all 3 of the ones that we've currently got equipped are going to have to die in the process of capturing 3 more. This isn't going to be great for their health, that's the one thing I don't like. Their defense will go up, but their health will probably be the same. Or similar, at least, to how it was in the last attempt of the fight. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. What I really don't want to have to do is to get them to level 15. Or one of them to level 15. That would be actually terrible. That would be horrible to do. Because at the minute, it's do the merge, then 6 fights against Pat Dregs and or Pat Mantis. But if I have to get them to level 15, then that immediately goes up to, what was it, 4 fights for 1 level, so 12 more. So it turns into 18. Well, this Shikata chose not to use magic, so we actually don't have that one die on us. But that lack of accuracy from Flesh to Stone forcing us into using magic minions it's kind of hit or miss. It's not the worst thing in the world because you do have the Shikatas here which sort of fix it for you anyway. But it is way slower than being able to use an Arpatron or 2. In fact, cloning 2 Arpatrons would make this very easy. You normally only need 1 to defeat Sturus. So having a second one would, given that we can't use healing items, or items at all, I should say, would be much nicer, much more pleasant. Yeah, let's just switch these elements back and forward again. So we didn't die to Kikinak. Despite our afflictions. We did die to Poacher, which is very, very sad. We've died to Tutura. Okay, I got my audio fixed, but as a consequence, though, the game crashed out. So we're gonna have to be mashing this button for a bit. Gonna resolve this in a second. I've been talking constantly for a long time with my audio being janky. That's unfortunate. Okay, let me just check to make sure that we... Let me just check that we actually got that. I'm gonna restore the... I'm gonna have to, like... I just need to check that we actually got it. So I can restore the... I'm actually gonna pause the timer here, because we're not gonna keep going for a sec. I'm just mashing to go through the states to see if I can get back to this one. Okay, we did save the state. Yeah, I've been going like, my audio seems to have gone a bit weird. I hope you guys can still hear me. Let me know if you can't. But obviously if it was static like that, you wouldn't have been able to. There we go. Man, I was talking about, like, everything to do with this, like, Shrikata and stuff. Yeah, I was saying these Shrikatas need to get their 3 attacks in. I don't know when that static started. I'll restart the timer now. Yeah, I've been talking for ages. That's really unfortunate that we had static throughout all of that. At least it was through not a very exciting section of me just... well, leveling up Shrikatas. Because I decided that level 14 was enough. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I guess that was inevitable. I could tell that it was, like, being louder when I was talking. So I kind of assumed that it was getting through, but evidently not. Ooh. I don't like the fact that Taturis has done that. I need to get this Shrikata to kill Taturis. Like, I need him to not drain my mana. And I need to block again, and him to still not drain my mana. And the Shrikata to not die. Which is kind of a tall order now that I think about it. Oh, that's gonna be enough. Yeah, that kills the Shrikata. That's a shame. Ooh, actually, now I'm worried about Levant. Now I'm very worried about Levant, because Levant has been active for a lot of turns. Oh my god. Okay. I thought we were going to die to Flesh to Stone there, potentially. If I wasn't being paranoid, I know I wouldn't have, but I think I was entitled to a little bit of paranoia. Yeah, so, sorry, we merged... I guess the things I was talking about that I didn't get to mention were... We merged Shrikatas with Shrikatas, then we leveled up the Shrikatas, which meant they only gained 9 health overall, but they gained enough mana to use their magic attacks 3 times. Which is what I consider to be the thing we needed to defeat the fire boss. However, I actually think we still can't beat him. I think because our second Shrikata had its mana drained, we actually can't beat the fire boss still. Yeah, this Shrikata's just gonna die. 3 attacks would certainly kill fire boss. But we can't get 3 attacks, because we had to use one on Taturis. And now we die to poison / flesh to stone. There you go. Okay, so... I'm kind of annoyed. I don't know how long that static went on from. What do we do? I do not want to level up the Shrikatas more, because it will take ages. Like, it will take a long time to get these Shrikatas to be another level up. But the odds that Taturis doesn't mana drain us at all, which is what we need him to do, is also very low. What to do? What to do? We may be forced to go for the level 15 Shrikatas, if I'm honest. Which will take two Beetle Forest visits. 2 Beetle Forest visits to get level 15 Shrikatas. And does somewhat defeat the purpose of having merged those Shrikatas into our Shrikatas, because they would have had enough mana anyway. Well, I say that. They might have enough mana to survive a mana drain, or be able to recover enough mana to get that extra attack in, because we had that one Shrikata, was mana drained once, then it blocked, and it regenerated a fair portion of mana. It had to block again, and if it managed to unfinish blocking, then it would get enough mana back to actually use its attack. So maybe one more level would do enough for that, maybe? But it's not nice either way. It's not nice to have to do. Yeah, I would guess the static was going on for like a solid 30 minutes or something. Would make sense to me. Yeah, that's a major pain. I'm so annoyed that we couldn't defeat a turret. Because he drained our mana one time, and that's kind of a high... It's kind of a high likelihood of that happening. But it is also, it's kind of annoying to need to level up these minions just for them to be used for precisely one fight, defeat one boss, and then we will never use them again. They serve no other purpose than to defeat a turret. But honestly, these are the best minions you could have for the job. You couldn't use anything else, I don't think. If we were doing like a random minion run, I guess we could use Amasags, and that would work, like way better. But we don't have Amasags. We cannot have access to Amasag, so we just have to deal with what we've got. So I can level up 2 of these to 15 in this visit. Oh, this Shrikata isn't poisoned. Oh, my script's not on because we restarted the game. Let's fix that. Sorry, I'm just fixing this run. Let's... Yes, I would like to keep that. There we go, we're poisoned and flesh to stone. Let me just... Give me a second while I reconfigure our attack button here. And our item button. This needs to be that, this needs to be that, and this needs to be that. There we go. Now, alright. I hadn't noticed that Shrikata wasn't poisoned. Does that mean Levant's still got 100 health? Yeah. Yeah, it does. Well, it won't be relevant anyway, because we're going to have to leave anyway. Hopefully my sound doesn't do that mess again. This second Shrikata, we absolutely should be the one that we level up to 15. Or should be a one that we level up to 15. If we can avoid leveling them all up to 15, I will do it. I would like to not have to level them all up. But ultimately, my attempts at saving time has just caused us to use more time. Such is the way. We should just be able to alternate between these two Shrikatas there. And after 4 battles each, they should level up to 15. So we're just going to have to do this for a while longer, I'm afraid. Yeah, we didn't get that. It takes 6 magic attacks to kill Tuturus, but we didn't get the 6th one from our second Shrikata. I'm still a little apprehensive that the 3rd one also needs to be leveled up, though. I don't think it beats Fire Boss in 1v1 because of the 30% health damage it takes from being poisoned. I think that's too much. So I probably do have to level all of them up to 15. Yeah, Micron hasn't done the static thing before. It's done the lagging out the emulator before, and it's done the, you know, cutting out completely. But it's never done the static thing before. Slowly but surely. How much health will Levant have? Oh, no, we can't. We need to go into the Tuturus fight with at least 80 health on Levant. Because we practically died to poison anyway, that last fight. Oh, we don't actually have enough mana on these guys anymore. I'll give this one a fight, and then that should still be fine. In the interest of staying true to the challenge, though, because I didn't notice that the poison script wasn't running, I will leave the forest before Levant has 10 health, because if Levant would go to 10 health, then Levant would die instead. In fact, I think I have to go to if Levant would go to 20 health, then Levant would die, because I missed it twice. So if Levant would go to 20 instead, Levant dies. And I leave the forest. And I can't kill whatever I'm currently fighting. Just to preserve the integrity of the challenge. Which should be after these two Shrikatas hit level 15. So that Shrikata just needs one more fight. But obviously doesn't have the mana to do that fight yet. And Levant only has health for one more fight after this. So I guess it's a bit before one of them hits level 15. But I think that's par for the course. I should probably do one fight with the next fight. Instead of getting one of them to level 15, I should do the next fight with the other one. Because overall, that's fewer fights. Based on the mana regeneration of that other minion. And then we'll get them all to level 15 on the next visit. For a total of 12 Pat Manties that have met their deaths. Painful Beetle Forest. Alright. Levant wouldn't have the health to survive another fight, so... Let's get healed. How many fights is it left? 4? Yeah, it should be 4. I think. If it's a Suave at the entrance, the first one fought a Suave on the way in, so... it'll gain level from just killing that. I hope the next section is a bit faster. I hope Kashidra and Delphinel are a bit faster. Delphinel probably will be. Kashidra maybe not. Kashidra might be a massive pain as well. Now that I think about it. I'm hoping that Hirasag and Amasag, in combination with like a Suave, will be sufficient. Okay, it's a Chikasa, it's not the right thing to fight, so we will instead run from it. Let me leave! If I fail to escape and then the Shikata deals damage to me, then I'm kind of screwed anyway. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, a bit of extra mana should help us make sure we get those 3 attacks, even if Taturus does try to drain our mana. And if we're really lucky, the damage difference from the level up will make it take 1 fewer attack to kill Taturus. Now that would be nice. I don't think it would happen, but it would be really nice. Run all the way over here again, back to the Mantises. There's the Mantis. So this will tell us how much health and mana we're going to have to fight Turturus with. Level 16 is not tenable. I'm just not willing. I'm not willing, surely, to go to level 16 on a Shrikata just to kill Turturus. It's 8 more fights for one Shrikata to get to level 16 from 15. And that's just so much time. Okay, so 82, so 4 more. And we gain 12 health? 12 health. And now this one's in line with this one. Slightly more defense, which is good. We do care about defense. We take less mana damage for our high defense. Speed up is also something we care about. The more speed we have, the fewer attacks Turturus and Fireboss get on us. I don't know if the difference between 24 and 25 or 25 and 26 is significant enough, but it would be good anyway. I also don't know if 12 extra health is significant enough. I think it is based on the amount of life we ended up with when fighting Fireboss last time. I know we didn't have the mana to actually make use of that extra turn should we have gotten it. But I think 12 might be the difference there. It's kind of hard to tell, because the more health we have, the more damage we take to poison every turn, anyway. So health gains are actually significantly diminished by comparison. So like this one currently takes 17 damage per turn. But once it gains 12 more health, it'll go to 19 per turn, which then means the life difference between each turn, like the difference between the total amount of damage you take and the total amount of health you've gained, is significantly reduced when you think about it in terms of actual numbers. Because we take, what would we take, over 4 turns, or 3 turns I guess. No, I'll go with 4 turns, because if we defend it'll be relevant. We take, that's 178, we take 34 times 2, so 68 damage over the course of 4 turns. At 19, we take 38 times 2, so 76. So that's from 68 to 76 damage over 4 turns. And we gained 12 life. So the difference between those two numbers, if my maths is right, is 8, which makes perfect sense when you think about it. And we gained 12. So our actual real health difference after 4 turns is 4. We have 4 more health after 4 turns. And we have 6 more health than before after 3. Which is, if you couldn't tell, not great. It's not great. It's not a lot. It's not a large difference. So I actually care more about our defense stat going up, because that gives us effective more health. Effectively gives us more health, sorry. When it comes to how much damage we take each turn. Unfortunately, 190 health is actually worse for us than, like, 190 health is functionally lower health than 189. 189 is a great amount of health to be on. because poison will only do 18 each turn then. So he would have gained 11 health instead of 12. But the difference... Oh, I didn't heal. What am I doing? I didn't heal, I just left and came back. Too caught up in my own head. So I'll finish that thought now, actually. Yeah, so 18 would do 36, so that's 72. So 64 to 72 after 4 turns. That's right on that, isn't it? 68 to 72, sorry. So 4 difference. In terms of damage taken over 4 turns, which again makes perfect sense. If you're taking 1 extra damage each turn, then it's only 4 extra over 4 turns. But you'd gained 11 health. So your effective difference is now 11 minus 4, so 7, instead of 12 minus 8. So you actually end up with more effective health if our minions actually had 1 less maximum HP than they actually do. We still gained 4 effective health by getting that level, but if they didn't gain quite as much, it would have actually been better. I don't know why I'm doing maths on stream. I'm pretty sure that's a cardinal sin. But it's true. Alright, here we go. Attempt number 3, hopefully. Provided this Suave doesn't ruin our day. At Turtles. If the Suave ruins our day, then the Suave ruins our day. And we must leave once again to get health on Levant. Okay, Suave didn't ruin our day. We should be good now. For attempt number 3. Got 82 mana. So, Turtles' mana drain is probably going to do more than 7, realistically. No, realistically, Turtles' mana drain is going to do more than 7 damage. We just have to hope for good RNG. Good Turtles RNG is now, I think, almost a better option than getting a Suave to level... Sorry, a Shikata to level 16, because that's going to take a long time. We've already been in this beetle forest for like 2 hours. We've been here for so long. I can't get past that one easily, so I'm gonna let it walk itself out first. Which should take 2 movements or potentially 1. Oh god, don't hit me. Okay. Yeah, so... Oh, and I have to succeed in this wrong warp as well. Yeah, getting a Shikata to level 16 would help. I don't want to get 2 to 16, and 16's already over-leveled. At that point, I'd feel like I'm more brute-forcing the challenge. I'm kind of brute-forcing it anyway, with the fact that I'm even getting level 15s. They're now the same level as Taturus. Which I've also largely done because... Oh, that's probably a bit early. Yeah. Which I'm already doing because Taturus RNG is not great for us. I think that's right. I'm just going to check. Yeah, okay, yeah. I wish I could check and then, you know, go back on my word and actually do it, but... I'd rather go for one that feels safe than just go for the first one that could be right, when my life total is dependent on how many people I fight on the way there. Alright, come here, Fire Boss. Not really worried about you in comparison to your skeleton insect thing. That's the thing I'm actually worried about. Alright, defend. Because I want Turris getting as few turns as possible on our Shikatas. Right, extra turn for us, we defend again. Since we can't use items. Turris gives us poison on Levant, again, probably the best thing we can hope for. And now most of our health gain is going to be in damage we don't take from Turris. The damage reduction Turris has on us. Okay, good. We like Poison Tail. We prefer fire attack though. We like fire magic attack. That's our favourite. Okay, that's still fine. This means that the Shrikata gets... Oh, no, drain. Extra turn down. Okay. I don't think Shrikata gets enough mana off this. I think Turris is a 5 hit kill on our mana, but we don't get enough mana back. I guess we use Break Legs plus accuracy. Yeah, I was like, the odds of a physical attack hitting Turris when we have Flesh to Stone on us. We're gonna die to poison, aren't we? I didn't want to die to poison. I wanted to die to being attacked. It's better than dying to poison. Okay. But this is what I mean where it just comes down to Turris RNG. If Turris drains our mana, we are stuffed. And there is nothing we have that we can do about it. We just have to get the hits in. We are powerless to Turris RNG. If our third Shrikata needs to use an attack onto Turris, we cannot defeat the fire boss. This is probably going to be a double turn for Turris, so I'm not going to think I'm safe yet. Okay, cool, we actually do get the kill. Okay, Fire Boss will now almost certainly kill Shrikata, which is still fine. Okay, we died to poison again? That makes me nervous because the double turns that Fire Boss gets on account of that. Yep, we die. Oh my god, we're gonna live on 1. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, we have a fresh... This is almost as good as I could expect. Turris didn't like using fire attack, which would have done less damage to the Shrikatas. So like the actual pinnacle we could hope for is Turris uses fire magic attack all the time. At which point our second Shrikata actually gets the killing blow on Turris with its second attack and not its third. This Shrikata just needs to live. Oh, we're free. We're free. Oh, thank God. We're free of the fire boss. Okay, these Shrikatas get to retire now. They get to retire to some exotic island. Oh, I was so convinced that Levant would die. I was so sure he would die. But that was the first of the disciples. Now we have to kill the Earth boss. So now we must begin that process anew. So I'm going to get the squasp back. And we're going to use that squasp to acquire Hirasags and then use the Hirasags to acquire Amasags. And then we're going to merge a bunch of Hirasags and Amasags into each other. Like, I think 3 will do. I might do 4 though. I might get a 4th just to see if it makes any difference. And then we have to level them until at least one of them, doesn't matter which one, but one of them needs to have 49 speed. Because I am not prepared to fight Delphinel fair. I am not prepared to fairly fight Delphinel. And I'm not prepared to fight the Wind Boss at all. I'm pretty sure my only answer to Wind Boss would have been to capture 3 Swavs, and done exactly what we just did, except it's now 3 Swavs instead of 3 Shikatas. It's to just do the exact same thing, but with Swavs. And I can't imagine that being fun. Because Swavs aren't very strong. You have to overlevel them to get in this format. Overleveling is, like, necessary. These are Amasags. I don't like Amasags. I wanted a Hirasag. Well, beggars can't be choosers. I guess my Swabs can't quite go into retirement. Oh, sorry, my Shikatas can't quite go into retirement. They need to capture me some Amasags first. I need this to do a bit less than half. That was a bit more than half. I guess I'll use break legs plus accuracy. Actually, why would I use break legs? That wouldn't be good. Oh, Shikata's gonna die anyway. Oh, no, it lives. It lives. Squasp? I guess it'll be Squasp. I just need to poke at it. I don't want to do too much damage. I just want to poke at it. Okay, that's a decent sized poke. We'll do 2 of those. It doesn't have enough mana to do that a 3rd time, so. Granted, Squasp may get double turned on by this Amasag, in which case it might still die. Yeah, if they were like both critical hits. I think even then, I don't think Amasag physical attacks pose any real threat to Squasp. With the same capture level as it, sorry, with the same capture level as its level, they obviously don't have capture levels. That's one. Maybe the other Shikatas do a little less damage to the Amasag. I'd like one to do, like, you know, 75 damage, give or take, would be nice. That could leave the Amasag alive on 1 health. It's possible. Our Shikata is dead, though, so it makes little difference. Never mind. Amasag is too speedy. I guess we just go for the capture. I think we just have to start trying to capture it. Our other minions will die in the process. So this is probably more productive. It's on half health. We have a capture level on it. It's not the worst odds in the world. Not great odds, but it's not the worst. And that's a failed capture. So probably a dead Levant as well. Okay, we get one more try. We get one more try. Which will also probably fail. I brought Squasp here to fight Hirasags anyway, not Amasags. Okay, cool, we dead. I guess we get healed up. At least it's not Shikata, more Shikata stuff. Yeah, Squash should do fine against Hirasags, which are the Earth ones. And then Hirasags are obviously way better at collecting Amasags for us than any of our current minions. I'll switch out the one of our Shikatas with this Amasag that we just caught. We won't be leveling it up yet. We're going to merge it to level it up. So we'll switch out level 15 Shikata with Amasag, because it's got the same magic damage as the Shikata. 40 speed Amasag, level 19. Sorry, level 13. So in 9 levels... Not in 9 levels, we need to get to 49 speed, right? That's the goal. But it's level 13 and it's got 40 speed. 46 would be the... Or, sorry, 47 would be the normal outcome if we just... leveled it up, which is obviously not enough. We need to get to 49, and I'm not willing to get it to level 22. Well, level 22 actually wouldn't be the hardest. It wouldn't be the hardest thing to get to. It would just be annoying. There you go, Hirasag. I'm hoping that Squasp has enough of an elemental advantage. Ooh, my internet's died, hasn't it? Oh, there we go, it came back. I'm hoping that Hirasag has enough of a disadvantage against Squasp so that this Squasp can be used to capture multiple Hirasags. $60 damage. That might be a bit low. 40. And that's low enough for us to try to capture with Levant. I don't want to get my Squasp killed, because it's going to be the thing that makes it easier for us to capture things in the first place. Amasag is going to be useless for capture, and my Shrikata will be useless for capturing hers. It ran. The little bugger ran away from me. That's so rude. I can't believe the audacity of that bastard. Well, now I just have to try and capture it outright. Not because of the risk of it escaping, but because of my Squasp doesn't have enough health. I could run away from it, but honestly, I'd rather just go for capturing one, and if it doesn't work, we end up fighting Amasags again, and we can try and capture those. Because our minions actually are decent at fighting them. Yeah, this run is taking about as long as I anticipated, and by that I mean it's taking ages. Oh, is that successful? No, I didn't think so. It looked a bit wonky. Levant's probably dead off that. Yeah, okay, yeah, we get one try. We get one try. And then we have to leave regardless of whether or not it's successful. We don't get to stay either way. I would like these guys to not give us grief, if I'm honest. Because I already had to deal with that last time. Okay, that's success. I already had to deal with the Shikatas last time. I'd like to not have a repeat of that. I'll now switch out the Shrikata with the Hirasag. So that Hirasag will help us capture Amasags. And then Squasp is going to help us capture Hirasags. Provided they don't run away from me. Hopefully we've got decent speed on this Hirasag as well. Speed is very much so everything for this run. It matters a lot. If we don't get the speed we need, then... Oh, 39. That's not good. If we don't get the speed we need to kill Delphinel quickly, you can already add like another 2 hours onto the runtime. We're still going to need to capture these minions to fight Kashidra. Right? Like, that's just true. Ah, thanks. Yeah, hopefully I'll be done in a few hours. But yeah, so... Yeah, if we have to do this... If we have to get the Wind Dragons to fight Delphinel, yeah, you can already add a few hours onto the runtime. It will not be pleasant. Okay, so Hirasag's or Amasag? Amasag. So what I'm hoping here is that if Hirasag uses its attack on it, that it'll go straight into the red but not die. Amasag's slightly more magical than Hirasag's. There we go, down to red. That's what we want. So Amasag's going to use magic. That will do. Yeah, it'll chunk a bit of Hirasag's health, but that's not an issue. Then we switch to Levant and we capture Amasag. The goal is to get maximum magic and speed growth onto the Amasag, which is the faster of the two. They're faster than Hirasag's. And then get an Amasag up to 49 speed, which should then two-shot the Earth boss. It might be a bit high level, like we may have to overlevel it to achieve that. We're just going to respawn this Amasag repeatedly until we get it. There we go. We'll capture 4 of them, just because the 4th, I don't know if the 4th actually does anything. But if it doesn't do anything, then we still may as well merge it in case it does secretly do something. I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, but it makes sense in my head. Like, maybe the stats don't actively change in front of our eyes, but in the background, the growth stats are a bit higher. You know, just like, say, enough to get to 49 speed at level 20. Instead of needing to get to 49 speed at level 21, for example. Because that's what we'd like to see. 49 speed level 20, I don't have to over-level the minion. And we're going to use 3 level... And then we'd use 3 level 20s. So that when we fought Kashidra, we had level 21 and 2 level 20s. And hopefully don't have to over-level them as well. I am upset that I didn't get an Asher. Getting an Asher would have been a very sensible choice on my part. And I just forgot to get one. Or a Shulia, either. Either would have worked. But these minions are de facto the best ones I could possibly use to fight Kashidra with, because odds that Kashidra misses them with a physical attack is actually pretty high. And Kashidra missing us is oh so good. Our evasion is probably reduced because of Flesh to Stone, the same way our accuracy is, so I'm not sure if we will get any blocks. I don't actually know if Flesh to Stone impacts dodging yourself. I know it impacts your accuracy with attacks, of course, though. So this is the last Amasag we need. I do still need to work out what I want to do with regards to my third minion. So it's either a Suave, right? Like, it's either a Suave that I caught and I level it up to level 20, or it's a Babenza that I level up to level 20. And those are like my only two. Those are my only two options, really. But both of those cases aren't great when you consider the fact that I want to level them up to level 20. Leveling up wind minions in the Earth Forest, in the Dark Spider Forest, is actually kind of awkward. The easy minions to level up are Earth and Water minions, because you fight Spirals, which are level 18. the only level 18s you can fight, you fight in double battles, which are the Tahambu and Carmine, which I believe are also level 18. You fight a level 17 in the Uglum, and level 16 in the Babenza. But none of them are fantastic. So anyway, what speeds have we got for Amasags here? We got 139, which is a bit sad. But the rest are all... is that 40 magic attack as well? Yeah, okay, 40 magic attack on all of them. So they're all kind of the same, so we're just going to merge. Okay, that's good. That's plus 2 speed for 1 level. And plus 2 magic attack. Also good. Okay. So last time we stopped there, I'm just going to see if I can get 1 more speed out of it. Oh, it levels up. Levels up and then gains a speed. It's kind of hard to gauge. It's hard to tell, you know? Its growth thingy doesn't really move, like, at all. So I'm willing to bet that that's strict. I'm willing to bet that that's strict, level up stuff. And level up works better if you level them up without merging them, I think. For the attack stat, at least. Not the attack stat matters, but... I don't know. Random chance at plus 2 speed seems better than guaranteed chance at plus 1. So, with that Amasag, we have 42 speed right now. If it goes to level 20, we can assume it gets plus 6. Which is 48, which is 1 short. So we probably have to level that one up to our desired level of 21 to get 49 speed onto it. But with its speed stat growth being that far down in the bottom right corner, it should gain 1 speed for every level that it gains. And when we do the same thing to the Hirosag, you'd expect the same there as well. It might skip 1 on account of the fact that it's slightly slower as a minion. But I think I'm safe to say that only 3 merges on Hirosags and Amasags are effective. So we'll only capture 2 more of these. And I think I'll use a Suave on Kashidra, because it'll get more effective turns that are useful. Because Babenza will become ineffective on turn 2. If even that, when Kashidra switches to air. We're kind of hoping for a fast... We want like a fast air switch, then a slow fire phase. That's what we're looking for. Also, I'm kind of sad that Hirosag got an extra turn on us there. I was kind of expecting to get a capture attempt, and then it to do that and destroy all our hopes and dreams. Because it's not in the red, because Squasp isn't quite strong enough for that. Okay, one more. So I think I'll use Suave. Suave makes more sense to me than Babenza for the Kashidra fight. Babenza obviously, well, if we can't get the fast fight on Earth Boss for whatever reason, like we just can't, which I'd be very surprised by. Like Amasag maybe doesn't do enough damage to him, for example. I'm pretty sure Amasag would do enough damage to him, but let's say he doesn't for whatever reason. and we're forced to get the Buences, then we're just gonna spend so long doing that. It'd probably be faster to just over-level the Amasag, or level up the Hirasag to 21 to get it 49 speed, because then it definitely would do enough damage. Because even though Hirasags are less magical than Amasags, they have hidden damage up for their magic attacks of plus 10%. And with the Earth Arena boost that you get when fighting the Earth boss, it would end up doing way more damage. Okay, I'm going to defend here, just to make sure the Hirasag either doesn't have enough mana left to kill Levant, I forgot they do that. Not again. Do we just try and capture one at full health? What's my capture level at? Oh, I'd go to capture level 16 if it worked. Well, I think we try anyway. I'd like to have hit capture level 16 for once. But the Hirasag's probably just going to run away from me, and Squasp doesn't have enough health anymore. So it's just do this or lose the Squasp anyway, and this is probably going to escape. In fact, I think it is. Yeah, okay. Well, Hirasag has to choose to drain my mana, which it won't choose to do. There we go. Levant is dead. Okay. Well, switching elements is kind of awkward in the Dragonfly Forest, so I guess we heal. We got one Hirasag at least. Maybe I should try some Hirasag on Hirasag Violence, that might work. I'll be lucky to be done with this run by midnight, and I've been going since 7. I appreciate anyone who's stuck around for this long, including if they've. I mean, I highly doubt anyone stuck around through this static. That would have been, and I could not blame you. That does not sound like it was enjoyable at all. Plus 2 speed. There is a level up included in that, but that's fine, because that's still plus 1 at least. We don't really care about our defense all that much, we just care about... magic attack and speed. As much damage as we can get on it, and as much speed we can get on it. So we're probably going to go in, we'll see that it's switched elements to Amasag, and then we'll have to just leave again. Basically. And then come back and hope that it's switched to Amasag. And then, if it has, we then go back in, and then we leave again. So we capture it, then we leave again, then we go back in. And then we start trying to wrong warp to the Dark Spider Forest. And then we equip Suave. We level up everything to level 19 on Earth bosses. We do... Yeah, there you go, there's Amasag, so let's leave. We get everything to 19 on Earth bosses. We need to kill... We're going to have to do the wrong warp multiple times, by the way, because Levant doesn't have the health to do it in one trip. So there's that to look forward to, especially since it can crash on any of those. So I'm going to be save state saving before we do the wrong warp in case of emulator crash, for the same reason that I do every other time. when we're doing these not official speed runs. We're just doing a challenge run, so save states are not an issue. In the context of saving an emulator crash. I would never do one just to improve my RNG. That'd be cheating in my mind. Okay, so let's see how much damage Hirosag does to Hirosag does to a Hirosag. Not the Amasag, because the Amasag will just die to the Hirosag. Take way too much damage. The poison would probably kill it, in fact. $86, that's a good number. That's a good amount of damage. My Hirosag will die to the other Hirosag, but that's actually probably fine. Because that means that Levant will almost certainly get the next turn. And this Hirosag should be capturable in this context. Like, that should be just a straight up capture. It's at 11 health out of 161. We're 2 capture levels higher than its level. That's pretty dang good odds. Not perfect odds, but pretty good odds. There we go, cool. Now we finally get to leave. We get to leave. And start leveling for the final 2 bosses. God, that beetle forest was brutal. It was truly brutal. Oh, not that one. Not that one. That one. So yeah, we see that that speed stat doesn't go up, but you do see that the red dot in the bottom right does move, which is what we care about. Because that's the speed and magic stat growth rate. Oh, I forgot to equip Suave. Let's do that now. So what's Suave gonna level on, is the question. I can do 4 fights to get it to level 20 if it's fighting. And yeah, it's just gonna be a regular Suave. We're not gonna do anything fancy with it. It's largely there just to tank hits, if I'm honest. The damage is gonna come from Amasag and Hirosag. I am also a little bit nervous that the Chosen One is going to kill us. Like, even if we defeat Shidra, that we'll actually die to Chosen One. That's not entirely unlikely. Because his high crit rate, basically. His very high crit rate and his high attack, and our minions are going to have no health. No health to speak of. All being magical makes them very vulnerable to taking actual hits. So, yeah, that's a concern. So we're going to... We can't dodge this. We have no ability to. This first visit is about getting to level 19 on our minions. So, first visit is level 19. Second visit is level 20 on all minions, hopefully. And then third visit will be for the level 21 Amasag. Then 4th visit will be actually killing the Earth boss. Probably. Probably the 4th visit. Might be the 3rd, but it'll probably be the 4th. Because of mandatory fights that we have to clear. We'll, so, like, obviously we've taken one now, so first visit, I said, we're going to get 5 more involuntary fights, in fact. Now that I'm counting them all. Because we can't dodge Skarunga. And we have to run away from Skarunga. Which is not guaranteed to be successful. Okay, it was anyway. Then we have to run away from Zulmu / Ginwi. Of which, that is obviously another fight we cannot possibly avoid. So that's 2. Then we have all 3 Earth Boss Ghost fights, which is another 3. Then there's the fact that because we can't use Sleep Spores, we also can't dodge the Spiral or the Uglum. And there are 2 of those. There are 2 Uglums that we can't dodge, and there's a Spiral we can't dodge. In fact, I think there's 2 Spirals we can't dodge. So I think we can't even fight all of the Earth bosses in one visit. I don't think that's possible. What do I do? How do I prioritize that then? Suave won't be able to defeat the Earth boss in single combat very easily. Suave also needs to kill 4 Uglams to get to level 20. Amasag needs to kill 2 Spirals. Oh, that's probably right, but I'm not going to take the risk, because it's an awkward angle. Yeah. Wasn't right, I was corrected back out there. If I ever miss these wrong warps, by the way, I immediately just have to go to Ra and get healed. I don't have the health for the extra fights. Amasag will only need to kill 2 Spirals to get to level 20. So maybe I do it in that order? I'm not sure if that's right, that might be a bit early. I forgot to save. Oh no. I forgot to save the state. Okay. This may be recoverable anyway. So I can I can reload the state there. Oh, I don't want to have to do this again. Okay. So I'm just going to close the emulator. I'm going to reload the emulator. Oh, I was talking to myself too much. Does it still lock? I think it's still locked. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, no. I don't think there's anything I can do to get out of this. Oh, I'm in Glitchland. Let's get out of Glitchland. I forgot to save. I forgot to save state. And this is why we save state. Okay. You know what? If it had to happen to a run, this was gonna be the one. Oh, that's so painful. After all of this, we are dead. Or at least the run is dead because I can't escape this. Oh, god dang it. Why does... This didn't even happen until a few runs ago that this started happening. Yeah, we're stuck. Hmm. Well, how can I rectify this? Well, I can't, can I? That's the problem, I can't rectify it. I can't really restore the game state either. How would I restore the game state? Well, let's have a look at what I have access to. So I have access to these other ones here, right? This got Hirasag Hikisatsu. So this is a different type of run altogether. That's the only one I have there. I also have this one, which has a Hirasag. This one we did last week with Hirasag and Amasag, but they're both level 20, so it's not really valid. I was hoping I had one that was pre-wrong warp, where I had those two minions at the level that they're at now, and I had a Suave in my inventory so I could recover the state, but we are dead. Well, I imagine that's painful for you to watch, but it's a lot more painful for me, let me tell you that. Well, okay. So what we'll do is we will have to redo this from the beginning. On another day, we will just have to redo the whole run from start to finish. We've learnt a bit. None of it that nice, but we've learnt a bit. So we shouldn't have to replay as many fights. We will have to get lucky for Fire Boss again. We will have to get those Shrikatas again and get them to level 15. As we know, we need level 15 to defeat Tuturus. Recapture these Amasags and Hirasags. Just do all that again. 4 hours and a half of a run, and it just dies because the emulator decided to have a bad day on this loading screen. Well, thank you guys for watching. I hope you aren't too badly hurt by that. Maybe you'll enjoy watching it all again. I'll keep this stream up until we redo it. I'll probably take it down after that point because we also had that audio glitch halfway through. And there's not really a point of having both since they'll be the same run. But I'll do this again next week, I guess. Same time slot. Just so we can get it done. I apologise for this being the way it has to end, but as you can see, there is nothing I can do. The emulator isn't loading, and I'll try reloading it one more time. In fact, I will try reloading it one more time, but I think there is nothing to do. Yeah, I can't jog through this loading screen. I can't break through it. Oh, hang on. I don't know if that's it crashing or not, that the logo's gone now. I'm just like, am I going through one frame at a time? I don't think so. Music obviously hasn't broken, but there is naught to do. I think that's just because the rest of the game is crashed, so it's not re-rendering the logo there. Because it is done loading, it's just not loading into the screen. Alright. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next week.